Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the Alpha Good Hunt indeed. We could technically be getting to 3,400 today, but we'll see. We'll see how today decides to be going. Make decision from there indeed. So you never know how the game thinks. Indeed. Mhm. 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 Getting going soon indeed. Monkey and PCG to be a weekly based total Pokemon indeed. Based total, I mean, it is technically still based total Pokemon, but it's weight Pokemon for captures specifically. Getting going indeed then. Try to be controlling this game with the back buttons once again. Would be so nice if it would be working. But we'll see indeed. Still don't know. Going as usual, the usual route. Until one of the alphas is showing up, and then we'll see from there. Do I need to be switching things up? We'll see indeed. I got the man key. Nice. I did look it up, so it doesn't seem like I can be hitting the... doesn't seem like I can be hitting the 300-hour mark today, unfortunately. But it is what it is, of course. I knew that it would be somewhere in this month if it is necessary, but I suppose it just makes it more likely that I'll be hitting 300 regular sized faces before that. But hey, maybe today is a quiet day. Last time was quite a quiet day, so today most likely it's gonna be a little bit more of a facing thing indeed, but we'll see, we'll see. See how things go indeed. Nope. But it will be only 85 checks, to be fair. I can be counting correctly, so it's doable. Krogunk, are you gonna be giving me yet another shiny from there? Perhaps. Could be, could be. Will I be forgetting it? Yeah, quite likely. Quite likely. Yep. Hopefully I'm always having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself, indeed, as to be usually indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Decent indeed. Indeed, I did take most of the Halloween decorations out. Indeed, it's just more for the reason that I think it's just going to be a little too busy, and also if well, I should probably be saying when I do be getting faces, it's gonna be looking a little bit nicer. Indeed. Krogunk? Krogunk? Waiting until those two circles so I can be seeing the Stantler that is quite a bit to the side, I see. Quite a bit to the side indeed. Now, one thing I have noticed that has been on the rise once again when it comes down to Legends Arceus is permutations. Like, they are probably always like someone is doing them for sure, as it is with many. As it is with many of them anyways. But yeah. It has been recently a thing that I've seen to be done a lot indeed. We'll see indeed. An Alpha Voltorb. Again, game, if you want to be giving me that as a shiny, I won't mind. I don't have too many alphas that I would like to be getting in this game that aren't guaranteed. These guaranteed ones, you know, I'm fine going for, but the non-guaranteed ones, there isn't too many that I would be liking to be going for. But, you know, I won't mind. Won't mind indeed. In the same-ish location, both the Stunky and the Skuntank has been already an alpha. Interesting. Interesting. Keep We didn't quite get up there. Sad. Sad indeed. One day. One day. One day I'll be getting a shiny from there. I know it's a thing that a bunch of people are going for, of course, the 3 or whatever the thing shiny is. But, I mean, as much as I would like to get them, that is indeed one of those things that I want to be getting a perfect dex for sure. That's gonna be on my auto file if I ever will be doing that. Hello, Biscus, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I need to double check one thing. I'm pretty sure it's updated, but doesn't hurt to double check on that. Nice. What are your plans on that file then? I honestly should have sooner be having the situation that you're gonna be having multiple different accounts on devices. Okay, seems interesting. Hopefully it goes well indeed. Check that thing. You didn't. Yeah, that's what I like to usually do when it comes down to Pokemons. That everything that I can, I want to be able to be capturing in the wild. I don't know what it is. Like, do I do anything of having a full dex? Full living dex on my PC boxes? Absolutely not, but I mean, I have it. I mean, I mostly have everything. But, anyways. The only one that I don't have, like, an extra, like, actually in the living dex in is the evolutions for legendary, or pre-evolutions for the legendaries. Because I haven't been bothered to be playing through another file to be getting them, you know. Yeah. I feel like there might be an Alpha Zubat somewhere. I have no idea where, but certainly sounded like one. No, I don't have the shiny charm. I can't be bothered with the shiny charm. There's a Simpor in the PCG. It's a weekly white Pokemon, surprisingly. As I will still say, I can't be bothered with shiny charm in this game because it's annoying that I need to be spamming moves with legendaries. I will be doing one perfected file though, but be working on it on my own. It's just so boring that you need to be spamming the moves. I get it that, you know, you need to be doing things, but why is the legendaries? Why are they required? But most things are at least research level 10. What Hello, Hunter. Nice, we both got it. Yeah, fair enough. But I don't understand why the legendaries are required to be getting into research level 10. Like, what does it actually do? Nothing. Not like you can be hunting them. But, it is what it is. That's good then. I'm not too surprised. The Unovan monkeys aren't really the best, unfortunately. I know it's random what IVs they have, but still. Yeah, fair enough. I need to be doing the tradings. Nice. I probably need to be doing quite a bit. Haven't been too lucky. Right there. But still will say, I don't care what they're gonna be doing in Legends EA for trading. It needs to be better than in Legends Arceus. It's so bad. I understand that, you know, it's an old school thing, but still. Yeah, fair enough. I hear something, or was it just a flying Pokemon? Look like it can be too many things anyways. I hate sometimes when the flying sounds can be sounded like the shiny sound. I don't think that I have ever traded in Legends Arceus either, but it's just... I just know that it's a pain because it's only one location. It's only at the stand that you can be trading. I think the trading animation is that, like, it's a rocket or something. Oh, I have traded in this game. It was a long time ago, though. To be fair, I will say that much, that there isn't really a reason to be trading in this game in the first place. You can be getting everything in your own game anyways. And, you know, it's not like you can be getting certain Pokemon at lower level anyways, so you can't be really using them any earlier anyways. What do? I know that some people have done it because they want to be getting, like, through the story faster. For example, Absol-Blocks Pokemons did do like a full odds shiny hunting file in this game. So he just traded everything that you can be finding normally in the wild. Because it's easy decks. Well, like, apart from that, trading is completely unnecessary. It is an easy way to, if you do have two, like, files and systems, it's an easy way to be getting, like, weight of the Pokemon field to your Pokédex, because you can be just trading it back and forth, and that counts. I mean, at least it has been. I don't know, has things changed, but this game doesn't really get too many updates though, so I don't think that the thing. There's certain things that you have to be having it perfected indeed, which is kind of annoying. I've talked about this before, that, for example, Unknown is a Pokemon that you can never be hunting at full odds in Legends Arceus. Because you have to be catching every single letter in their places first, and then it's perfected. Which is, like, fine, but it's kind of annoying at the same time. It's just like, if you want to be doing a like, completely full odds file, you technically can't. Like, it's sure like a cool, like, mission to be doing, I'm not gonna lie, but otherwise. To-do-do. I feel like, you mean, the first time it's a quite a fun mission, honestly. I have always like catch all the letters of unknown things. I've always liked that like side mission. But once you've done it once, it's not as interesting, I will say that much. But then again, we'll say it's Pokemon, there's always gonna be something of a collecting part. Spiritiums are quite easy because you can be seeing them, especially at nighttime, easily. The only annoying ones that I can see to be annoying is the ones in the temple. But for me, they weren't a problem because I'm explorer. I like to be exploring every bit. Because I will say, honestly, for me, one of the the reason annoying collect a certain thing for getting a Pokemon is the ruin Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, where you need to be finding all the stakes slash swords, as I call them. That's so annoying. I don't really mind anything else. Because spiritual spirits, they are easy to be seeing, as I said, especially at nighttime. They are glowing, and you see them pretty far away as well. Unknowns, if you know how to be reading unknown, it's gonna be saying in the little page. But yeah. Hello, Zoe's egg. Jack, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Good to hear that you're doing good indeed. Thanks. Probably should be going to sleep. Getting a little too pride indeed. PC cheese spawn coming in soon. I don't stream daily, but most of the week. It's Paris in the PCG, again weekly weight Pokemon. The most terrifying Pokemon of all time. I don't need any earth, thanks for the offer though. still be doing things myself. I go to Paris. The most dangerous Pokemon of all time. Most dangerous Pokemon of all time, indeed. Nothing there. It's interesting going to be seeing though next time that Paras is going to be in Pokemon games. He's going to be going back to being weakling. Once again. And most likely, unfortunately. I mean, it's technically still a weakling in this game, but it at least really attacks. Yeah, games are being like that. Seems to be indeed. But I'm used to it. So I don't get too bothered with it indeed. Games be what they are indeed. There we go. I should be going close enough to those gun tanks, but I should remember to try to be a little bit... you know... waiting. Be doing a little bit of waiting indeed. Guess it's in the air, but I most of the time do be flying way too fast past it. Too used to the route indeed. Which I still will say I wouldn't mind if there would be a change for the route. But that requires an alpha, unfortunately. Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Hopefully things go nicely in Pixelmon then. Yeah. Well, now technically you have both the Unbound forum and the regular forum if you can be switching between them freely. Fair enough. Fair enough. Why can't you be using it? Do you need the Unbound forum or something? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, at least you have it. Once you can be using it. Oh no! Is it easy to be getting more of them? Hopefully. Fair enough. I'm just so used to because so many mythicals to be like changing back to their original form that you know I wouldn't be too I wasn't that surprised about that, but yeah. It's annoying for sure. Because there is things like shaming to be like switching. That's where I remember it the most. And then there's so many mythicals that are just like in very specific circumstances in the battle. They are in a different form. Well, hopefully it doesn't take too long then to be finding another one. Well, what happened? Did you find a Gosselorg there then? Jeez. That's a high level on. Ew, Elekid. Speaking of Elekid, I did make the emote for it, but yeah. Ew. Nice. Love to see that. Yeah, I will still say that I like myself mod packs. That there is like a kind of a guide and like end goal that you're working towards, you know. They are my kind of ones. Because I'm not that creative that I can be coming up with things myself. Fair enough. It would be good if in Pixelmon there would be like some sort of obedience thing that if you're too low a rank or something, then the Pokemons would be listening to you. If specifically you caught them too high level. Yeah. Nice. Can you find like starters in the wild in Pixelmon? Or is it only like a starter choice? Ooh, nice. I mean, flower trick is already crazy move. I really hope that they keep it going, by the way, that they are gonna be giving... Okay, nice. I hope that they keep doing it, that the starters are gonna be getting a signature move. So PCG spawn coming in. So Gossifleur in the PCG, I'm pretty sure that I have it, but I'm gonna be catching it anyways, because weekly. Weekly indeed. It's a pretty flower. But yeah. Honestly, I still indeed like I wish that like starters would be keeping theirs like at least at the time they would be getting signature moves. I don't really care if other Pokemons get them later down the line. I mean, it surely would be nice if they would be having a signature move, but at least for the time being, when they are introduced. And they honestly need to be stopping giving like some Pokemon's ridiculous amount of signature moves though. I got the Gossifleur. Unfortunately you didn't. PCG being mean. Yeah. Because, like, sure do I understand that Zygarde is a special Pokemon, but does it really need to be having, like, 3 signature moves, or is it 4 even? Uh, does it? No. I think it's 3 because it has... I mean, I don't know if they are signature moves anymore, but at least there was... Like, when it was introduced. There's Thousand Arrows, then there is Lance Wrath. I don't remember the third one. But there was a move that, like, you are drawing literally like a Z to the ground. And that's definitely on a Zygarde. Yeah, have a great lunch indeed. Yeah. I didn't mean to go to there, I meant to go to the mountain camp instead. Upon the second Luxio outbreak. The normal kind. No. I so rarely freeze any food. There's of course like some that you have to do it for, but if I have already cooked something, I rarely be putting it to the freezer. I mean, each to their own, I suppose. In here soon it doesn't matter that, I mean, of course it's not really getting that cold, but still, soon it doesn't matter. Do you put things into a fridge or freezer, or do you leave it as just in the room because, you know, winter kicking in indeed. But our fridge is rarely like too low that things are starting to be freezing. Thankfully. Hello, Alpha. All bad. Yeah, it do be like that. It do be indeed. The yeah, the last thing that I have need to be heating up from frozen was spinach soup. But it is literally meant for that anyways, that they say that you can be waiting until it's a little thawed out, but you can also be just putting it to the heating these straight away. Doesn't really make that big of a difference indeed. Nice. Nice to be getting them done indeed. Hello, Alpha Zubat. I have seen a ridiculous amount of Alpha Zubats today already. It's not even been that long indeed. Be doing maybe 1 or 2 more checks and then we'll be heading to the break indeed. Probably only 1 though. But spinach soup is kind of interesting in that way because it's one of the only things that, as I said, that I don't think that like my parents ever made it from scratch. There's some other soups as well that they are definitely easier to be buying, like from the store and heat up, but most of them they have made themselves. I'm personally a little too lazy to be making most of the soups out of like on my own because so many of them require that soak these overnight. So I'm like, I don't want to. you know? So many of them are like that indeed. Because then you would need to be knowing like day before that you want to be eating something. I guess almost always when it comes down to that, you need to be making them the next day. Indeed. Like, I don't mind making time-consuming foods, it's just rather than be done in the same day still. Like once I start making the food, I'd rather it be done the same day. There's some exceptions. But yeah, 16 in the first hour is pretty good. Getting to the break indeed. Continue after like 3 minutes or so indeed. Started strong the next hour with having a massive mass outbreak there. Silly. Interesting. One of the lightest Pokemons. Well, it's floating. And roaring. Yeah, do be indeed. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Rude. Let's get going then, indeed. Yeah, this sour is starting strong with a massive mass outbreak, indeed. But I still will say if I can be keeping 10 an hour, I'm happy with that. Indeed. Yeah. Well, the good thing is that we thankfully have still quite a good amount of time left to be getting all the catches and stuff. Good morning, EEST, how are you doing? Also, congrats on the Xerneas. Fair enough. Yeah, I like it. I mean, sure, but I will say also it's like the longest Xerneas hunt ever. Ooh, nice. Oh, that should be a nice shiny. Yeah, I thought that you changed the path because it didn't look the same. I mean, honestly, I will say as soon as you can be getting it. Sooner you can be getting Xerneas down, the better. Hello, Alpha Gengar. Yeah. But that's how luck is. But I will still say though, I'm honestly glad for you that your long hunt was Lunala, not Xerneas. At least Lunala is easy. Always sort of be getting the easy ones to be more difficult to be obtaining. Yeah. I mean, and the method doesn't really matter at the end of the day, as long as you get it. I mean, to be fair, the thing is though that the Gudra, for example, it's not actually like full odds, it's 1 in 2k odds, because research level 10. So I do be indeed over odds. Still will say though, if it is necessary, we'll be doing this for an entire week indeed. I guess still want to be getting this done before Legends EA. We'll probably not be transferring the good rub too much. I don't usually do that. But wanna be concentrating on a new game indeed. Sneasel. What a decent amount of Sneasels lately, to be fair. I don't really need more. But wouldn't mind, I suppose. It will be a nice shiny, one of the few ones indeed that I have as an alpha. A long time ago. That was indeed. Oh yeah, kind of a funny thing happened not too long time ago indeed. And it's that we went for a restaurant to be buying things. And like on like their like received part that they know what to be doing for each ticket, it specifically says that no sauce. Because we didn't want any sauce with it, like extra sauce. It is kind of funny that they need to be specifically saying that. Like, couldn't it just not be there? But I mean, I suppose fair enough. It's a little unnecessary. At least I suppose there can't be any confusion. And it's saying that nothing. It's time to be fighting the bottle again. Are you gonna be concentrating, try to be fighting the bottle, or are you just gonna be kind of it happens when it happens? Yeah, fair enough. It is indeed interesting going to be seeing since mythicals they weren't that big of a part when it did come down to Legends Arceus. Are mythicals gonna be bigger part than in Legends ZA? I guess I always like to be knowing more about mythicals. Because legendaries you usually get a good amount of information on, but mythicals not so much. Fair enough, fair enough. But I will say one thing. Why can't they be deciding RTMs reusable or not? Because it's annoying. I feel like we're kind of gonna be doing the bow, like both at the same time. The PCG spawn coming in. Like we're both like helping the city be built and be having area that we will be catching Pokemons and stuff, because it would be kind of weird to be having a Pokemon main series games more or less that wouldn't be having it. Alchemy the PCG. Weekly weight Pokemon, surprisingly. I have so many of them, I don't need more. Maybe like my third one. Elgin was like one of my first captures in PCG. Also, it's a Pokemon that can be trading as well, as it is with most Pokemons indeed. Let's see. As long as it's not shiny, I'm fine with the yellow kid indeed. Also, I don't know why my brain did think that it's LGM, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I guess I hate Elekid so much that I don't want it. Oh, thanks. I think Elgium was my first one. I don't remember. I guess like the first couple of captures, they're kind of guaranteed captures. At least it very much seems like it. But hey, I suppose it's one more to that X. Oh. Hello, Magikarp. How are you? Is it like my 6th one during this one? I don't know. Don't remember. Was first phase for the day though. That's nice. Well, you have faced almost 300 times with the regular sized Pokemons and you have seen the Pokemon more than once, it's not the most exciting. I think this is my 6th Magikarp. I'm not too sure. During this... Oh, it's number 7 actually. I already have a full team of them. And that's only during this one. But that's the 293rd regular sized phase. Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't, for whatever reason. Back to the end of the phases. You go. Alright, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my shiny reactions aren't really the greatest if it's not something that I'm either looking for or it's something that I haven't gotten a million times. But if it's something that I'm looking for or it's cool, then it's nice. So I need to be going to sleep. I don't know why I didn't do it before. Go. An alpha one. Cool. Hello, Nella kid. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Decidueye. I haven't gotten that. I've gotten Dartrix and Rowlet for sure. Well, that's nice. I don't want to be talking to you. Too used to it, but I need to be going to sleep. That's a pretty good coverage for sure. As long as they have a nice move pools, of course, and are not like old Pokemon games where the move pools are trash. Like, surely there wasn't that many options with moves, but still it's so annoying how bad so many movesets were. That's why it's super hard sometimes to be going ahead and using a good team in older Pokemon games. Kind of feels like sometimes it's like meant to be played as a like legendary team at the end. Guess they were like the only ones that did get any good moves. And there's a bunch of generations that did had quite a good amount of cool moves, but then they weren't like learned by any Pokemons. Like, beside from using single-use TMs. And I will also say that it always is hard for me to be playing any game that is before Gen 4 because physical special split is so good. Always. Be salty about it. Also, Elekits, why? I mean, that's why, like, some Pokemon were more broken than others, to be fair. Like Sam was very broken because you could be using in Gen 2 elemental punches on it. Because they were special. But, like, good luck if your starter was a physical attacker, then you can be using really your stab moves. Because all starter types are special. Yeah. It is what it is, of course, but limited things were limited things for sure. That's why I would be liking to be getting, like, for every Pokemon game, whenever Pokemon is gonna be ending, a remake that works with the same things as the current generation is. Because then, like, some games wouldn't be as bad. I mean, it only really affects, like, the first 4 generations, I think, but still. But yeah, it is what it is, of course. Fair enough. But yeah, we'll say, even though I do be like loving Johto quite a bit indeed, its problem is that since it's so close to Kanto, that Johtomons tend to be getting forgotten a little bit in Johto games. Especially the ones that are locked behind Kanto, or collecting literally every badge in the game. Yes, I will say, I have always hated Pokemons that are cool that I would like to be using, but they are then locked basically at the end of the game. And do you then have time to be leveling them up? Maybe not. Like kid. You. At least let's select the boss. Play like kids. Yeah. Don Fan is in. You can be finding Fambi before the league. Yeah. There's an Arcuda in the PCG. It weighs a whole 1 kilogram, so it is a weekly weight Pokemon. Yeah, you can be fighting Fambi, I'm pretty sure. At least in Heart Gold and Soul Silver it's the case. And they work mostly the same. You can be finding it just beneath the last city, or last gym city. It is very close at the end. Same with Skarmory. Super duper late. But yeah, literally every dark type is in Kanto. So you can really use a dark type Pokemon in your team if you don't transfer. Apart from Umbreon, but Gen 2 friendship is kind of annoying. Huh? Oh, you used Pokecheck, not Pokecatch or whatever method. You used the wrong emote. I was like, what do you mean? You used, unfortunately, the wrong emote. That's the checking one, not the catching one. Confused for a second. It do be. It did be rigged. Yeah, fair enough. Pray they had to work then. Indeed. But I will never be able to be forgetting Gen 2 one thing. Because one of my favorite ghost types is Mischievous. And as I said, it's one of the only Pokemons that you literally need to be getting all the badges for in order to be getting access to it. Cool, new ghost type that you can be using. Chenja would have been honestly a better generation if they would have introduced more ghost and dragon types. Like honestly, apart from that, like, it would have been a lot better. Yeah, I know. Round. It's a trade evolution that you need to be finding kind of a rare item for. But yeah. Honestly, if it would have, like, if Chinchu would have been introducing more ghost and dragon type Pokemons, I feel like it would have been a lot more balanced game. Unfortunately, the remakes don't really help as much. It does help out in the... Hello. What are you doing, Heracross? What are you doing here? Because every other type there is decent amount in Gen 1 and 2. Apart from Ghost and... Apart from Ghost and Dragon. And the funny thing is that for whatever reason, even though we have only like 2 evolutionary lines for both Ghost and Dragon, it's good idea to be having 2 specialists for both of them. Both in Kanto and Shoto games. Well, Ghost specialist is only one of them per... But still. No Magic Corp. But hey, we'll say though, it is what it is. Things change, indeed. Because I will say no game was good when it was first released. Or it could have been a good game, but at the same time it feels like it's missing something. I don't know. You live, you learn. You indeed be the case. You can't really be getting better at something without trying things. Can indeed. Still will say more ice types is in my opinion needed. Specifically more early grass types, specifically more early ice types. I know that ice is usually late game and whatnot, but I don't care. It could be working so much better as an early thing. Because ice is not the best thing ever. By any means. So having it as an early option is good. Because for example, I own like one ice type specifically that I feel like should be early on is Snom, because it's a friendship evolution. Because unfortunately Snom isn't really the greatest, and even though it's easy to be getting friendship nowadays, but it's still like, it would be nice to do, in my opinion, to be getting it early on. Especially thinking that it's specifically time of day evolution as well. Yeah, but at the same time you need to be lucky with the raids. Because not everyone looks for raids. Changing the daytime is not that easy in Scarlet and Violet, to be fair. It's a lot easier in Sword and Shield. But I'm just saying I want still early ice types possible. One game. Yeah, fair enough if you want to be doing them. I wasn't too big of a fan of them at first, so I didn't do them. Because ice type gym would be working quite well as like one of the first gyms. Because ice is not hard to defeat by any means. Because it only resists itself. So basically in any situation you are hitting it with neutral hits, at least. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is also like, Like if you have the fire type starter, it's easy, but then again, most likely any starter is gonna be having easy time. Like one of the starter is always gonna be having easy time with the first gym, to be fair. I guess most of the time Pokemon has been built that way. But exactly, like, it's not that hard. Because ice is not hard type to be defeating, even though there's nowadays decent ice types. So it can be a little bit harder battle, but to be fair, I will still say that I really want the only cold and only warm based regions. Because I don't like that it's Pokemon, they need to be having different things, so every Pokemon makes sense to be there. Put them in caves. You have done it before. I guess I just don't like that in every generation, in every region there needs to be like a cold place and a warm place. Because it just doesn't make sense. Because indeed you can be putting them just in the caves if it's like wrong environment for them or something like that. Yeah, without there being like a volcano randomly in the middle of nowhere place. Because I will still say I know why Pokemon does it, but Paldea doesn't really make too much sense that it has a very big snowy mountain. Like, because of the region that it's, or location that it's based on the real world. PC Cheesebone coming in. Is this all eating the PCG? And Buggy Bug. Yeah. I mean, you can always be trying one of the Pokeballs that is like more effective on them. For example, for this you could be using a netball, because it's a bug type. But understandable if you don't want to be using the bigger Pokeballs. Yeah, fair enough. Throw them timer balls if you have any. I got a shiny Sizzleweed. Excuse me. That's my third shiny in PCG then. Happens. Lovely. Bucky Buck. Happens indeed. Insane. Oh no. There we go. Nice. Let's continue then. Seems risky. Yeah. I wish in PCG you could be favoriting more than one Pokemon. More in the way that, you know, you could be marking them in a way that you know that you don't want to be getting rid of them. You know? Yeah. How are you doing, Drago? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I mean, more they use it in a row, it's more likely to be missing if it's working like in main series games. Nice. Good to hear and that you're doing good. But of course, that's a drawing of the cat indeed. In the costume. happens. Funnily enough, you just missed from me in PCG. I got a shiny sizzle bead. Don't know how, but nice. To be fair, I don't know if the... Yeah, that's fair enough, of course. I do be catching if it's something that I need for my decks or it's something that I need for weekly tasks. Then I stop. Well, yeah, I don't know if I have hit indeed the thing that I have extra shiny chance on my own stream, of course. Because I could have already hit that. Alright. This game has been quiet with faces today, though. Happens. Been only going on for 2 hours and a little bit, so... Not that unreal. Sometimes the shiny gates just open indeed. The controllers are bugging out, I don't know what to do. Or Joy-Cons, whatever my things. And like kids, you. How dare you? Yeah, it's fine. Happens indeed. Happens indeed. Even though I can't really be relating to be getting phone calls because I almost never talk with anyone over the phone. Almost never indeed. I don't like it, so I don't do it. Rather it be over the text if possible, honestly. Yeah, I'd rather talk in person, and if it needs to be doing over the phone or something, I'd rather be it on text. For example, I absolutely hate that there is so many jobs that are like, we're gonna be calling you if you get it. And I'm like, no. I don't want to. And I haven't gotten a call back from any one of them, I don't think. The person that I talk the most over the phone is my grandma, just because it would be very much unreasonable to be going ahead and visiting her. 4-hour drive. Not really reasonable. Four hours with basically anything though. Apart from maybe flying, that could be faster, but it's super duper expensive. PC cheese spawn coming in soon. There's a Celio in the PCG. I know I already have one. I'm pretty sure. But I'm gonna be trying to be capturing it anyways, but that's coming in. I know that stream. There was 2 shinies got on that stream. Like half an hour apart. Would be indeed a weekly wait. Pokemon. Nice. I mean, you are finding shinies, but they are unfortunately the wrong ones. You got the Zelio. Nice. I sometimes wish in PCG you could be getting like the weekly rewards, you could be getting more than once. Like if you like double the amount, you would be getting things. Yeah. It would be nice. Yeah. I get it that they don't want to be getting too or giving too much things, of course, but wouldn't be hurting sometimes. Get going. Oh, Cherubi Outbreak, I know that you are kind of rare. Just because you're only available in one location. Also, getting a Cherubi Outbreak is not that easy anyways, you need to be finding first one from the trees. What is that, Pokemon Go? Is that where you find Kecleons? Since you know in Pokemon Go, if you do be finding Kecleons, they are attached to the Pokestops. Ooh. Safari was always remind me though, even though like they have of course fixed it like over the years. Safari Balls always remind me of that if you would be somehow be getting Safari Balls outside of, you know, Safari Zone in certain games, the game would be crashing most likely if you would be throwing them. Because you're not supposed to be able to throw Safari Balls outside of Safari Zone. I'm assuming in Pixelmon, Safari Balls are just normal Pokemons, but they look different. Like, they don't have any better catch rate on anything. Okay, so it has like some sort of like usage then. Makes sense. Did you know that you can be catching Pokemons in Pokeballs? No way! Like, the first part of that description is like so obvious. Like, why does it need to be even written there? But then again, to be fair, most of the video game descriptions for things are very much unnecessary, but they do be there just in case that it's the first time that someone has played the game. So they know what things do. But yeah, it's interesting. Still will say though, we need another purple Pokeball. Because in my opinion, still Master Ball is ugly. Yeah, but it's kind of 50-50 with being, like, it's like 3 different colors. It's like pink, magenta, and purple. And dream balls are kind of impossible to be getting outside from... like, Scarlet and Violet. Because Sword and Shield you only get 1 outside of events. Which is crazy. Don't think that it's even in Primomatic, which is kind of strange. Because there's quite a good amount of like special Pokeballs in Primomatic. Yeah, but as I said, it's not easy to be getting by any means. Yeah, because it's indeed the case that like you can be easily be getting only 1 Dream Ball per Sword and Shield file, otherwise it's just special / event raids. It's so stupid. If it would have been in Cramomatic, because I'm pretty sure, as I said, it isn't there, then it wouldn't be that bad, because even though they are annoying to be getting, it's still possible to be redoing bunch of them. It's not hard by any means to be getting more materials. It's time consuming, for sure, but it's not hard. Especially if you know the trick with the trees. It works almost always. Keyword on almost. There is certain trees that will be having them. There's lists online that do be having the info on them. Also, I forgot to add one for the. I'll add it now. Plus, there is a person that trades watts for 4 of random color that you can be finding in place to place. Then there is also apparently in the second part of the second DLC that there is a dude that sells them randomly, like, I think 5 per day or something like that. Oh dear. Oh, wrong place. Still need to be, by the way, doing the summer center raids in. Beginning you. But I haven't done any. Let's. Hope that I can pick. As I said, it's the one that I want more. Summer center than Shoshian. ECG spawn coming in. Where is it this time? It's a Rousey. It do be a weekly. Wait, Pokemon indeed. Imagine if it would be pink. Be kind of cool. I don't have Drowsy. It could be kind of nice if we could be getting a shiny indeed. I mean, technically you can miss shinies in PCG. Throw them timer balls. Rude. Escaping from 3 people like that? How dare you? That's rude. I mean, in my opinion, I do be liking Musharna Lime better. Because they're technically, you know, same thing but done differently. Even though Musharna's cry is a little creepy, but that's nothing new. It's nothing new indeed. Creepy Pokemon cries, they have always existed and probably will be getting more as well. Probably should be going ahead and checking can I do daily, or I forget. I got 2 heavy pulls, 2 presents, so if there would be enough people I could be doing that, but there needs to be more 3 repeat balls. But I unfortunately can't be doing present if there isn't enough people playing. I think it's 5 or something that needs to be playing in a certain amount of time. I think it's the first time that I have gotten presents. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I need more of alphas of the Luxios. I haven't seen enough of them. Honestly, they have been relatively small amount of alphas. There has been some that there has been ridiculous amount, but that's normal. Some Pokemons, they like to be alphas more than others. Thanks for the raid. What were you guys up to? Hope you did have a good stream. Be giving you a shout out in the moment. As soon as I get back to the village. Hunting is going quite fine, thanks for asking. Getting checks done. Slowly but surely, but progress nonetheless indeed. Yeah, but they need to be specifically playing PCG. It's a requirement. Like, if they don't play PCG, then it doesn't make a difference, unfortunately. Check out those 10 euros, then we get out of here, then I give you a shout out. I have a few of them. Not the hardest shiny to be fighting, if you ask me. There we go. There you go. I go ahead and follow the raider indeed. Yeah, it's understandable. Good beating. For sure. You have a good rest of the day indeed if you don't come back. Yeah, indeed, I do be hunting for Alpha Guru that I have been going over a year for now. I mean, I do be mostly doing it only once a week anyway, so slowly but sure progress. Research level 10, no charm, so 1 in 2k odds, so I do be a little bit over odds for it, but okay, eventually. Hitting, not today, but next time, if we go that far, we'll be hitting 300 hours on this hunt alone. I've almost 300 faces of regular kind, 14 alpha faces. So, decent. And I do be only counting if I do be seeing the target. Thank you for the follow. Back to the summit camp. Get out of here. Yeah, indeed doing legendary queues once a week until I'll be getting the Alpha Gudra indeed. If it is necessary before... I want to be getting it before Legends ZA is out, so I might be doing entire week for it at some point if I don't find it. I'll be doing other hunts as well. Currently, apart from Alpha Gudra, there is Pumpkaboo Hunt on Sword, no Charm on Route 4, random encounters, and Lunala DAs over the weekends. Indeed. Doing multiple different hunts because it's the way that I keep shiny hunting interesting. It's not the longest yet. It's getting there. But hey, at least, as I said, it's at least the easy one to be going over odds, so I don't mind it. Last shiny for DAs, I think, is still Torkoal. And that was before DA week. So I'm quite over odds for, like, any shiny. Yeah, only 3 phrases for Lunala and I'm almost at odds. I mean, it's just luck, to be fair. Because I will say it doesn't matter do you have a shiny charm or not, you can't be getting anything first encounter. You can be getting anything 3 times the odds. Because I have gotten no charm 2 shinies in one day in the Ace. And that is not really closing in on a year, but it's also not that far away from being a year ago. It was during Yveltal Hunt. But I will say I still don't myself mind longer hunts. They feel more worth it. And there is absolutely no right and wrong way of shiny hunting as long as it is a legitimate one indeed. I see a cheese spawn coming in. No. No chinglings. There's a convey in the PCG. Surprisingly, it is indeed a weekly white Pokemon indeed. Probably should be checking out on that soon as well to see how many I need. For a decent amount of them today. Hello, Dargus. See that you're back at lurking. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna check that out before I continue. Might be too late once I'm done. You. I'm a kid, go away. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Both me and Pesca's got the convey. Nice. I'm gonna check out soon how many I need, or am I done already? Be getting out of here. Just indeed nothing there. Let's return. To catch one more. And I can be stopping if it's not something I need for the Dex. PCG is so fun whenever you do be getting like a level 1 Pokemon that has like perfect stats. And then you're like, cool. Because it seems like almost always, at least for me, it's the case if it's high level, it's garbage. But yeah, doesn't matter indeed. Progress towards that. And I'm curious as well, how far am I with the decks anyways? Am I like close to 200, 300? I mean, I know that I should be over 200 at this point. Stunk. Nope. Let's see a different color shell there. I want to get in. Thank you. It doesn't really matter because I need to be using that Pokemon soon anyways. Be climbing, but... those cave entrances need to be made better. I know that they're not gonna be switching them, but it's annoying that it's very... much of a small area that you need to be... like, going. Well, I'll play something else? Or do something else? I don't know. In every area there is something expect from here. Nice. I'm at a little bit over 250. That's pretty good. Fair enough. Usually if I get tired of games, I just be getting and doing nothing for a little bit. Maybe watch something. Sometimes I do be switching from game to game, but yeah. Well, good luck with the hunts if you do any. You wouldn't be the first one that tells me that they have found an Alpha Gudra. That is shiny specifically. I think some people do it just because they want to be flexing and making me feel bad or something. And I'm like, cool. I'm like more happy that people are getting cool shinies. I don't really care that you got it so quickly and I'm still hunting for it. That's why I do this hunt once a week, because I think if I would be doing this all week long, I would be getting bored of this. It's the beauty of doing multiple different hunts. Yeah. But it honestly doesn't bother me, you know. It is what it is. Like, for example, from when I was hunting Cernius, that was the case that I think 5 different people did get it, either playing with me or did get a bath from me. I don't know, it happens. Yeah, I can get that. I get it. I mean, it's not like I'm flexing on shinies. I mean, I'm just showing them off anyways. I guess that's kind of what I do, but I know some people are doing it to be flexing, but to be fair, it's nowadays especially kind of hard to be getting a shiny that no one else can be hunting. Even if it would be very specific way that you're hunting things, most situations you can be doing it nowadays specifically. Because there's so many ways to be doing like one speed only event things now. Whenever. Not necessarily, if you ask me. I know that it's a big thing nowadays that quite a good amount of people do be getting like a Ribbon Masters. It's quite often the case indeed. I haven't personally been the biggest fan of getting ribbons. But I most likely will be doing somewhat of a... not necessarily a ribbon master, but I'll be getting like decent amount of ribbons for like one Pokemon. Don't know what it is going to be, but planning on it anyways. I guess I will say still, I'm not the biggest fan myself of doing like battles. Contests I'm fine with, but battles I don't like. And you know, if I will be doing like a ribbon Pokemon, I want it to be enjoyable, you know? Kind of like what I'm doing, why am I shiny hunting in not an optimal way? Because I just like it. You know? I don't care that it's slow. Have there been a bunch of people that are telling me that you can do this, this, and this to be making shiny hunting it easier? / guaranteed. Yeah, but there is nothing wrong with the way that I hunt, as much as there is no problem for me if anyone is hunting with sandwiches with shiny charming outbreaks in Scarlet and Violet. I don't like it. I don't do it too often. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. I've said it a million times and will be saying it because if you just want to be finding shinies, there is no right and wrong way as long as it's legit. Yeah, exactly. Because in my opinion, still, like, surely is it a little unfortunate that shinies are used to be getting Yeah, but I see it in a way that I know people don't have hours upon hours time in their hands always. So like, nice quick hunts are nice and quick hunts. To be fair, odds are still, you know, like if the game is deciding that you're not gonna be getting a shiny, then, you know, doesn't really matter what your odds are, as I said. But, playing games is supposed to be enjoyable. I might be enjoying playing games differently than others. But anyways, good luck with the hunts if you're doing any. Hopefully you'll be getting what you're looking for or get something. But always remember, progress to be progress. So if you can't be doing too much today or you don't want to, then you don't need to. Because thankfully most shinies are not gonna be there for just a moment. Yeah, I'm doing the path that I'm doing mostly because it's only the, like, I'm just checking the alphas because I don't really care for random Pokemons at this point. And there honestly isn't too many random Pokemons that I need to be getting anyways. There is just basically mostly fish left that I haven't gotten yet, but it's unlikely. But I'm still checking out though the first foreign outbreaks. If Goodra's the only one left, then I might be changing my mind, but we'll see. PCG spawn coming in. It's a Cramorant in the PCG. Weekly weight Pokemon indeed. If you still be needing the weekly weights. Indeed. I don't have any more Great Balls, no. Probably should be checking out my Pokeball situation. Seeing if I need to be buying any more. Yeah, indeed, I have thankfully gotten in the point in PCG that I can be actually, like, getting, like, decent amount of money. Yeah, but, you know, each their own, indeed. If you want to be saving up for the events, then completely understandable. To be fair, there is decent amount of time still until it is Halloween, and in here we don't really celebrate it as like at all. So, I got the Cramorant. Well, that's the last weight-based Pokemon that I need to be catching. Yeah, fair enough. I'll hydrate soon. Of course, it's only down to luck. Is there going to be a... Is there going to be a... second horde from massive mass outbreaks? Like, I will say that still that I don't really have any Pokemons apart from Voltorb that I would like to be getting as an alpha. We'll still say, even though people are saying that doing massive mass outbreaks permutation method is guaranteed like shiny alphas. No, it's not. I hate that. It's the one thing that, once again, that I can never be stopping ranting about because it's so stupid. Because people say that it's guaranteed to be getting a shiny from that. Thanks for the lux. The permutation method is when in massive mass outbreaks there is a second horde and you can be changing what Pokemons there is going to be on the second horde and anything else, to be fair, by catching and defeating them in different orders. It's easy to be doing with Pokemons that don't run away and are aggressive. You can do it with any Pokemon, but it's more complicated if it's not an aggressive one. Because you need to be doing multi-battles. There is Chulu for it if you want to be giving it a try. Yeah, it's fine, Dark Rio. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it indeed. Hopefully you're having a good day anyways. It's time consuming, I will say that much. Because I forgot to check those. Hippos. Let me quickly get the tool for you. Yeah, that is the tool that if you want to be keeping track of massive mass outbreaks and stuff, you're doing permutations. You don't need to be doing it for alphas, but most people do it for alphas. You can do it for any Pokemon. But it needs to be specifically be having a second horde. Otherwise you can't really be doing it. No hippos. Yeah, that's not, of course, by me by any means, but it's a very useful tool to be keeping track of what you need to be doing. And in my opinion, it's quite well explained there how it works. No good. But of course, if you want to, you can also be doing for alphas. If there is a massive mass outbreak, you can be doing soft resets for... You just need to be keeping in mind if there is a... If there is like a time of day thing. There's only one Pokemon that you can't ever be, according to my knowledge, that you can't be doing soft resets for when it comes down to alphas, and it's Rapidash. Because it's allergic to rain and will never be appearing when it's raining. But there isn't even a massive mass outbreak nearby for it, so it doesn't really make a difference. Also, if you want to, you can also be resetting for the cave alphas, Crobat and Glade. But you need to be saving before you enter the place. But apart from that, then it's normal soft resetting. You need to be doing more walking for sure, but you can do that. And you don't even need to be having a massive mass outbreak for it. So that's nice. But I just prefer, you know, be able to be flying around, it's fun. And as I like to say, I don't like to be doing 100% repel tricks anyways. I like to be seeing more Pokemons, even though it means that I'm gonna be facing more. I don't mind. Especially like in Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet, where you can be getting like cool marks and stuff. Doesn't bother me. Exactly. I mean, I get it that sometimes it can be getting frustrating if you have faced on the same thing 20 times. Like, then I can be understanding that it's annoying, but... eh. And the thing is, unfortunately, in newer games you can't really be doing repel trick anyways, because everything is at same level. You can be using abilities to be boosting things in Sword and Shield, for example, like Harvest or Grass types. But it's not like it's getting rid of any other Pokemon completely. But also, like, one kind of weird thing that I will say, in my opinion, you haven't really done shiny hunting if you don't fail one shiny. Also, I'm not checking that one spot. I don't go there if there is nothing else. Yeah, exactly. It's the easiest one to be getting harvest on, because it's guaranteed. Anything else you need to be getting lucky on. But keep in mind, not everything works the same in all the games. Some things have added later. And some have unfortunately been completely removed thanks to Scarlet and Violet. I really wish that outside of battle effects apart from eggs would be returning. Because like nothing else apart from egg ones work. There is... In Sword and Shield, there is Flash, Fire, Harvest, Magnet Pull, Static. I think... I don't remember exactly what it's called, but there is one for Water type as well. It's an ability that... Is it Storm Drain? It's one of the abilities that Gastrodon has. I don't remember exactly which one. I don't think that there's anything else. Most of them do be working in older games apart from Flashfire. And that's the hilarious thing about Flashfire. Flashfire did get its like that it has an outside of battle effect in Sword and Shield. Then Scarlet and Violet completely got rid of them. It's not Sticky Hold, Sticky Hold helps with fishing though. Weekly weight Pokemon. I might also need that actually for the dex, so... Gonna try then. See. Ember. Yeah, I need it for the dex. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more, then we're gonna be having break. Sticky hold slash suction cups, it just makes more likely to be getting fishing encounters. So you don't, like, that's why, like, almost always you're using one when you're doing chain fishing. Because then you are basically guaranteed to be getting a bite in every time, so, you know, your chain doesn't break. It works in any other game apart from any Shino game. Also, why did I get it? You need it more than I do. I mean, it's a dex thing, but you need more still. Yeah. Yeah, in any Shino game, suction cup slash sticky hold doesn't do anything. Because it was a glitch in the original games, but they didn't fix it for PDSP because Fateful remakes. Lovely. Yeah. Nice. I mean, it's not that much money, to be fair. Do not be indeed. out of here. Pretty sure I didn't add for the last one. I'm gonna double. What adds in anyways? I didn't add one. Yeah. It's nice that the starters are available in the massive mass outbreaks. Unknown outbreaks are quite rare. I mean, of course, you need to be having first collected every single one of them for you to even have a chance to be getting an unknown one. And then there is only one location that they can be appearing in massive mass outbreaks and no regular outbreaks. Mysterious box. Pretty sure it's dubious disc because I have all the Rotom ones. Even though I don't ever use them, but I have them. Dubi indeed. Yeah, Rotom and Spiritomb are one of the only things. Actually, they are the only things that you can be finding in massive mass outbreaks before you have completed their story. Everything else you can be finding straight away. But of course you don't unlock massive mass outbreaks until post-game. Let's get going then. Some Machoke outbreak. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, shiny unknowns are one thing that they are not that hard to like actually be getting in the games that they are available in. But the problem is that they are not really available in the game. But they are the most OP in Legends Arceus though, because they will always be having super effective move against you. Because usually how Ancient Power works is something to do with your values that you can't be seeing the Pokemon's values. But in Legends Arceus, it's always super effective. But it can pack a nice punch because its special attack is ridiculously high for what it is. I mean, it has completely useless physical attack to be fair, but it's there. But yeah, if you don't honestly one-shot an unknown, it can be doing quite a good amount of damage to you. Because Ancient Power go brrr. Sliggoo is fun, I see. Good. But yeah. Pokemons are cool. It would be kind of cool if they would be getting something, but at the same time it doesn't really make sense that they would be getting anything. Only thing that I can be thinking of if they will be getting numbers. But I highly doubt that. Stop that, that's so loud still. I'll be checking out on those Paris. Yep. It was useful before a special and physical split though. Because then hidden power could be either physical or special, but nowadays it's only special. So its physical attack is completely useless. Apart from struggle, I suppose. But yeah, unknown could be nowadays more powerful if it would be having those physical attack stats somewhere else. Nice. Ooh, Ghastly. One of the most common Pokemons in this game. I feel like most of the ghosts are, especially for me, like very common shinies. As I have said a million times, I'm so glad that Drifloon is not in here because I will be getting so many of them. It's insane how many I have quite a lot of them indeed. Also kind of a scary thing, even though it's unlikely that it's gonna be happening right, game, but I don't have too many more boxes to be pastures, whatever things to be cleaning in this game. So hopefully Alpha Good shows before that. I have like I think 3 or 4 boxes that I can be freeing still, but then I need to really be thinking what I'm gonna be doing. Because then I don't have easy space to be getting. Yeah. Well, my problem is this hunt. To be saying it clearly. Because almost 300 faces regular size means 10 boxes. Like 300 is 10 boxes full. That's a lot. I have some space that I can be clearing and stuff. I don't think so, but I'm gonna double check. How dare you, game, be throwing me even more LA kids? One more LA kids. I have enough of them already. The main reason why I would like to be getting Gudra before all of my boxes are full, because I like to be keeping all of these faces in here before I get the Gudra. That's literally the only reason, honestly. Wrong place. But anyways. It's indeed the only reason. Yeah, sleep. PC cheese spawn coming in. I haven't been 8 years that much today, I have noticed. Would it be time for an 8 year from the PCG? So meditating the PCG. You'll be white Pokemon once again. You do be still needing them. Do I have this one? I do, so I'm not gonna catch it then. Are you challenging PCG? When can I trade again? I'll check that out soon. Check out. Can trade again in 3 minutes. Okay. Doing it soon then. Probably after. It's more or less after this one. Rude. Escaped. Yeah, that's indeed unfortunate. It don't be that hard to be catching, honestly. But PCG is meanie. Yeah. Well, hopefully indeed. Check out those shinks then. But I think PCG did eat all of my shiny luck though. I haven't gotten like any faces today. You never know. There could be 3 of them happening at the same time. I would like to be finding a few more though. Toxicroak, there was Croagunk. Like in the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of stupid, honestly. But PCG be like that. I have personally noticed that either you catch like so many things or you don't catch anything at all. Like there has been quite a good amount of times that I have captured like everything in like one day, and then there has been days that I catch maybe 2 things. Hello. All about it. Yeah, of course. Of course it would be. Wouldn't mind the shiny. Of course, I forgot about those Toxicroaks. Such in a stupid place. It's easy to forget. It's like right behind the Gudra, and I almost never go there. Imagine. The shiny that I have gotten most amount during this hunt is not that big of a surprise. It's Gligar. I have gotten, I think, 22 of them. It's over 20. You know, I've gotten a decent amount. It is. But to be fair, if you are going like to be checking the where the Alpha Gligar is and then go from there to be checking out Gliscor and continue there for Probo Pass alpha-wise. There's so many Glygars you might be running into. Like, Gligar is one of the most common Pokemons, honestly, to be seeing in here. And it's quite often in mass outbreaks and mass outbreaks as well. So that also helps. But yeah, indeed, no one else is not like at all close to that, though. But I guess it's fitting, but it's fun still that Gligar is the only alpha that I have gotten twice. One was from the guaranteed spot, and one was a random one. Like, it was randomly an alpha. But it's fitting. Bronzong and Bronzong are kind of in the same situation, but since you can be seeing both of the both of them like decently the same amount, it doesn't like be as big of a number per Pokemon. Probably combined they are quite similar. And also I don't really see that many Bronzors and Bronzongs either anymore because I'm not checking the alpha location anymore. And also I'm not going through the tunnel that there is decent amount of them either. But it really depends on your path. But it is still my biggest complaint about Legends Arceus that there is very limited decks. So it's just likely that you'll be getting the same one over and over and over again. Because no options. Yeah, that's interesting. Sandler is not that common Pokemon even, it's like... Sure, but still it's kind of insane. Yeah. Yeah. It's a small Rhyperior, I feel like. Like Rhyperior should be a little bit taller than its Prevo. Still will say, even though it's nice that you can be sleeping until nighttime, that it would be so nice if you can be choosing that I want to be going here during nighttime when you are like selecting where you want to be going. Is it completely unnecessary? Yes. Would I still like it? Yes. I guess it's not that hard to be going to sleep, but would be nice. But to be fair, it's usually in games that you can be advancing the time in any other way. And you need to be there specifically at specific times of day to be doing things. Honestly. Scarlet and Violet would be needed to be getting better way to be changing the time anyways. Because it's kind of based on your real life time, you know, depending on where you are. But it's just done so poorly. Because it's like half an hour intervals. And it's hard to be like manipulating it. PC cheese spawn coming in. You can technically switch the system time to be doing it, but it's not easy. So declaring the PCG. Would be quite a light Pokemon indeed. I have one. Catch you then. At least try. But yeah. It's annoying for sure, but it is what it is. Makes it annoying to be hunting for if you're hunting for specifically a certain type of specific Pokemons that are only during day or night time. But technically you can be getting around with it, just be, you know, every half an hour go ahead, go to your system settings. Of course close the game first and stuff like that, but it's annoying. Throw them timer balls. Yo, you got it. Let's go. One step closer. Magneso. Nope. It is at least more weekly done, I suppose. One more indeed. Sure you can be getting it in like 5 days, one more of them, but hopefully sooner rather than later. Yup. There we go. Nothing. Nothing indeed. Kind of weird that the follower account hasn't still updated on the layout. But I'll look into it. Can be taking some time, but it's like almost an hour. I did a little bit. Fixer. Yeah. I got it to update. Yeah, the trades are always taking a while. Let's actually see what I can be getting rid of. Trade this Yamper then. Put a Tyrogue. Cool. Got enough of them. Yeah, but I mean, you have a decent amount of time even if you would be forgetting to be doing it. To be indeed. Let's see. Oh yeah, almost 4 hours already. Jeez. Time flies, for sure. It is still technically possible somebody's will be hitting the 3,400 mark today. Might be a little bit in quotes longer, but we'll see. If I feel like going for it, I will. Let's see. Nothing there once again. That Pokemon there assumed small Parasect. Interesting. Let's go to the mountain camp then. Even less shiny Luxios. I've seen so many Luxios today, both in massive mass outbreaks and mass outbreaks, so once again kind of questioning how have I not got any shiny one of them, but I don't get Shinx line that often, even though it's pretty much doable indeed. Yan Mega. Hey. at the start. Like, bottom of the mountain start. It's honestly kind of one of those things that I don't know how I still do be remembering so well. Where most of the mass outbreaks happen. To be fair, I do be remembering most of the mass outbreak locations as well. Like, I know that I used to be doing them a bunch, but still, I haven't done them that much. Like, lately. But it is what it is, I suppose. Humans will sometimes do be remembering quite interesting things for sure. I could still be getting like nice 5 done easily this hour though. Could be. But yeah, still unsure though, and I'll be having the break indeed. Break indeed, like in a day break, as usual. No, 2 times a week I'll be having a break. For off day. Might be tomorrow, might be not, but I'll be doing things accordingly. Doing things accordingly indeed. Like, even though I'm not too much needed on the part, you know, that we'll be getting the bed out of here or bed in here. Because there isn't enough room and a third person to be carrying things is usually not ideal when it comes down to staircases. There are specifically spiral staircases. I'm gonna be doing that much myself indeed. But I still kind of want to be there. Helping out. And also because, of course, since we are getting, in quotes, a new bed, and we are gonna be doing cleaning before and after it arrives. Before, so there is not gonna be anything in the way after, because, you know, understandably, people are gonna be walking with shoes on. And you know, it is a little bit easier to be cleaning underneath a bed when there is no bed. Even if there would be like decent amount of room underneath the bed, it's still a lot easier to be doing when the bed is not there. And we do be having a vacuum cleaner that can be getting quite nicely underneath beds as well. God. At least, I mean, you can like use a vacuum cleaner like when the bed is there, but you can't really be like mopping it when the bed is there. Because you don't really know how much extra there is. Indeed. You need to be getting some water out and stuff. So terrifying alpha, but you. It couldn't be in the alpha then. It needs to be another chingling. It couldn't have been the alpha then, indeed. Gonna save again, just in case. It's a rock and roll in the PCG. Unfortunately, info bot is down, but could be, I suppose, a weekly. It do be a shiny. I know Rock'n'Rolla is a rock type, but I don't think Rock'n'Rolla is that big. Yeah, I'm not completely sure is it a weekly weight Pokemon, but I'm assuming it is. It's a base form. Usually base forms are in that hefty. But hey, nice. Another face. Jingling do be a nice shiny. It's not the greatest ever, but there has been worse shinies. Can at least easily be telling what's the shiny. Rock'n'Rolla was got by Dorgus. Nice, congrats. Alpha Decidueye. Hopefully for the next one info bot is back on. I know. I'm so used to that I don't get anything I was trying to be moving down. There we go. Well, let's move you then. Where you need to be indeed. There we go, 5 more to go then, regular sized. And that pasture is full. I guess still alphas are gonna be in their own box. Jingling is indeed the few Pokemons that I have gotten over 10 of. Because... It still doesn't make too much sense to me. I've gotten almost 300 faces. I talked about this last time, but I've gotten almost 200 faces, 300 faces indeed. But still I have only so few that are over 10. It's just like in my mind math, it's just not mathing. But, I mean, there is a bunch of different ones, as I said, from massive mass outbreaks and stuff, so... Kind of makes up for it. Kind of makes up for it indeed. Thanks, game, for loading in. Lovely. This makes easier to be seeing that the crowberry is there. And it's a little too bright. Nice. Regular or Pixelmon. Nice. What's on your plans on regular Minecraft anyways? Apart from having fun. Yeah, I can feel that. But I mean, it's a good thing sometimes to be not doing anything, to be fair. But I get it when you have too much free time. It's too much freedom. That's nice. I mean, I understand that not every not every person likes to be at home as much as I do. I like to be at home. I don't like to be in places for too long. I'm fine with it, but if I can choose, be at home. Nice. Hopefully getting the driver's license goes well then. Yeah, that could be quite a troublesome bit for sure. But it's once again one of those situations that surely you can be taught how to be behaving in like, you know, in the school. But at the same time, you will be learning better once you actually be able to be driving on your own. Because unfortunately there is so many things that you can be reading from books in there. Especially because people drive so differently. Even if like everyone would be taught by the same person. Maybe people are driving still so differently from one another. Let's continue then indeed. Yeah, that can be a trouble for sure. That would be some troublesome, but I mean, of course, you know, you live, you learn. I haven't gotten driver's license myself yet, first of all, because there hasn't really been a need for it yet. I mean, it would be nice to be having for sure, you know, it's an ID, so I don't need to be carrying something else. But the other thing is that it's quite costly to be getting one. And I kind of need to be having extra money for it. Or we need to be having extra money for it. I understand it why it is costly for sure, but sometimes it's a little annoying. Then, like, at least for now, I know that one thing is true, that most things are, like, not most things, but quite a good amount of things are gonna be driven in emulation. Because it's safer that way. Yeah, it is like one of those things that you can't really just go there. You kind of need to be getting training for it. Like, surely would it be cool to be giving it a try? Yeah, but you can't just randomly decide one day that you want to be doing it and the next day you'll be doing it. It's not like you need training for the driving itself as much. You need to be getting trained your body to the force that you're gonna be facing. Like, that's the bigger issue. I will say though, even though I do be watching Formula 1, well, like, there's one auto sport that I don't think that I could ever be watching, and it's NASCAR. It's so boring. I have watched it a little bit, but it's so boring. Ninja in the PCG and Infobot is back on. Nice. I have an Ninja. Nice. Hope you catch it. Lefo? Another baby. At least in normal games it's 1.5, I think. I don't know how is it's in PCG. It's 55% catch rate in Crate Ball, according to PCG. Really? That's rude. Yeah, Ultra Ball goes to 80, so... There do that be. I know that you don't want to be using Ultra Balls, but... Took quite a big jump. Pokeball / Premier Ball is 30, then 55 for Great Ball and 80 for Ultra Ball. But 80 for Ultra Ball makes sense because it's the case with most of the special Pokeballs. You'll be getting 80 catch rate. Yeah. Exactly, I understand it for sure. Be doing probably one more check after this, then we're gonna be having yet another break since yet another hour has passed. I will say though, one food thing that I enjoy eating that we're kind of having today is fish. But it's so expensive. We have like decent options like in freezer sections, but can be hard to be making anything out of them, you know? They're nice though, I really like them, but Things to be expensive, unfortunately. I mean, it is very much worth it, like, if you have the money to be buying, and it's very much of a healthy thing to be eating. Also, I forgot about those clefas, so let's check them out. But, yeah, it is what it is, though. Few things, unfortunately, are expensive most of the time, or healthy things anyways. I think, I know English isn't your first language by any means, but I think fun fact is the word that you might be looking for. The curious works too. But that's interesting. Is this like a for Luxio one? Excuse me. Yeah. Ridiculous. Luxios. It is funny, by the way, when it comes down to Finnish last names. Almost any and every single one of them means something in nature. Like a hill, a lake, or like some variation, like closely to that. Almost every single one of them. There is, of course, ones that don't really do it as obviously. But almost every single last name, if it's a Finnish last name, means something in, like, something in nature. Funnily enough, neither of my parents' last names are Finnish last names, so it doesn't occur to me. Pretty sure both of them are Swedish last names. Will this be the time that I get something from the Luxios? Or will there still not be any yellow ones? Well, I will be continuing after the break is done, then I'll be going to the village, of course. Wait there, most likely. Hasn't really been today. Situations. Indeed. I could have been waiting for a space-time distortion. I'm not gonna be waiting for one. Don't feel like it. It's interesting. It is, and quite fitting for you, even though if you're not too much of a fisherman yourself. I've told it a bunch of times that I used to fish quite a bit when I was a kid. So, like, when my parents were still together and everything. We'd have summer cottage. And it was also the time that we also didn't need to be having license to be doing fishing. As well. Because most places nowadays do be requiring a fishing license. So you're aware of like what is not okay to be taking and what areas you can be fishing and stuff. Some places only require you to be having like a pass in the area. Again, more that you know that in what areas you can be fishing in, because some areas are that they are growing a fish there. So you know you can't be fishing there. But it is what it is. Let's get going then, indeed. It's an empty one. Buddy. Fishing is nice. Fishing equipment is expensive. I know that you can be doing like yourself as well, but they're not usually that good, but if you're just doing it for fun, then it doesn't really matter. Indeed, but yeah. Yeah, it's pretty relaxing. I mean, if you don't like to just be sitting still for minutes at a time, then it might not be for you, but apart from that, it's fine. I have never been in an ocean/sea myself. I've only ever been in lakes. Done the fishing, as said, in the summer cottage that my parents used to own. It's the only place. I guess I did do it at my uncle's place as well. Don't really visit them too often, unfortunately. Kind of grew apart, and also again for our drive away, so don't get there too often. And unfortunately, because I have kind of learned this from my father, we're not that good at keeping touch. We're not, but it is what it is. People live different lives and it's completely fine by me. If they have something to say, they can't be calling me. Oh, that seems cool. I'm a little terrified to be doing that in here because we have, I think it's perch in English. And they have like very sharp like bag like gills or whatever. And I will say that I have been hurt with by them a few times. Because they are not always like, they're not always shown, they like sometimes do be showing them. And those things are sharp. ECG spawn coming in. But it's not that bad though. I don't have marks of them anymore, but it did hurt in the moment. There's a pile of sand in the PCG. It's not a weekly weight Pokemon. It's quite a hefty Pokemon. I know I don't need it, but I'm gonna check anyways. Just so I can be getting money. Yeah, it doesn't count for the mission, indeed. It's very much of a hefty one. Yeah, I mean, Premier Balls are free balls anyways. I could try to Pokegift now. Once I do be getting out of here, see if there's enough people in here, or is it saying that there's not enough? I would like to be using them, but unfortunately, I understand that there needs to be a certain amount of players, of course, but it's sometimes annoying. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Oh no. Anyway. Yeah. They'll be fine indeed. I forgot about those Clefas again. I'm gonna still... Let's see, can I? Movie gift. And there needs to be at least 5 active PCG players in the past 20 minutes. Yeah. It's only 3. Yeah. I might be dropping in if I have time one on Dorcas stream today though. And to be at least getting rid of one of them. I have 2. I'd rather be doing one on my stream though. Because I feel like there is gonna be at least 5 active players there. I have a feeling. Yeah, I don't know. You can be at least be getting Pokemons from them. I would like to say you can. Because you can be getting legendaries from gifts. But I'm not too sure. Oh yeah, there's a massive mass outbreak. I was like, what are those ghosts doing here? Yeah. Could be. I mean... Why couldn't it be possible? I don't know, it would be kind of cool if you could be getting those special Pokemons that, like, for example, Solar has one of them. But I don't know if you can be getting them from gifts. You can be getting them from daily check though, so could be possible. Hope that these massive mass outbreaks would be calming down a little bit though. Like to be checking nicely Gudra for a little bit. We might have entered the time that there's just gonna be massive mass outbreaks. What happens? I'm trusting that I didn't hear any noise. Ugh, like kids. How dare you? You. Yep. Quite an empty one then. But of course, you know, Gudra needs to be replaced always. Nah. Sometimes you get lucky and Gudra is not gonna be replaced, but most of the time it seems like it's gone. Engineer. I will say though, because for whatever reason I want to be reading the PCG complaining that not enough players message again. It's written in a way that I feel like it's quite difficult to read. Like there would be better wording that you could be using. But then again, different brain do be working differently. But for me, it was kind of hard to understand it, even though I don't need to be reading the whole thing, I know what it's saying. But it could be worded better. It could be, but, you know, it happens. I mean, it's like, it's not like it's not correct English. It is very much of a correct English, but it just could be worded better. Yeah, hopefully things go well. Indeed. Have a great rest of the day in the case that I would be heading offline before you come back, but unlikely. Yeah. I think that I will be most likely be going for a little bit indeed, like hour-ish at least more today. I don't really have anywhere to be going today or anything to do. Clefairy, you always look so light compared to Clefas. I know it's the case, but it's just every single time. It gets me. Maybe one day I'll learn. But do I need to? No. I can see the difference. Look for the ears. Look for the ears indeed. Oh, that's better. It's all there like kids. It's like the bus. Nice. It's a little bit better, but not by too much. Gonna be seeing Electabuzz though than Kids. Doomy doomy. Doomy. Again, I don't need to be checking anything in there, but the bottom part is very much filled with things, but easy to be checking. Even though it's gonna be taking some time. Too bad. Nope. Nope. Let's go to the other side then. No snoovers. Will there be a blue duck in here? No, but an alpha one? That's pretty cool. Still no more trees to be shiny. But yeah, still the plans is though that if I do be hitting 300 hours on this, then like the stream after that I'm gonna be like, or during it even, or like towards the end, you know, I might be like telling kind of the stats that we're working with. Kind of the stats indeed. It's insane though how close the hours per shiny rate is though. It's almost 1-to-1. It's most likely gonna be plus like more shinies, more than one shiny per hour, like a little bit, not by too much by any means. A little bit still. A little bit still indeed. But I'm still like, every single time that I stop the stream or like somewhere before the next Hydra stream, I'm telling them up. PCG spawn coming in. I don't like to be doing them on the fly because it's quite easy to be for me to be remembering which way they were. The Skrelp in the PCG do be a weekly weight Pokemon if you do be needing them. Nope. Nothing there. Indeed. Definitely seen them before. So I'm kind of curious. What is that? It's still not there, but soon-ish. Will be taking that long. Probably by the end of the week. Indeed. If lucky. Alright. Slowly but surely. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Rude. Escaping like that, how dare you? How dare you? It's still foggy, interestingly enough. Still, I wish that one day, when it comes down to specifically wild Pokemons, that we could be having like their abilities to be working in the overworld. Like, let's say that if there is Pantrop Psyducks that, you know, can be having Cloud9, then like nearby area there is not going to be rain or like weathers that much. Because that would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool indeed. Because I will say that it would be very nice if we could be controlling the weather in like Scarlet and Violet and this game, for example. Because Sword and Shield you can, because, you know, just set your time to a specific day if you want specific weather easy. I mean, there's still some areas that you can be getting in certain weathers, but apart from that, you can be getting everything. I have so many Alpha Subets. Anyways. Like, let's say that you have a drizzle dude in front of your party, it's more likely to be raining slash having thunderstorms. Snow warning Pokemon, more snowstorms and stuff. Cloud 9, more clear weather. I don't know what could be really causing like cloudy weather. Or overcast, you know. But it would be cool if you could be doing them with abilities indeed. Could be indeed be cool. Get out of here. No, I did go that far in, but sure. Whenever I will be having the next break, I'll be checking what my per hour average is today, and then from there I should be making my decision how far I want to be getting today. Still be getting a little bit hungry, but I'll still be going on for sure a little bit indeed. Can indeed. Come on, Pink Bat, I believe in you. Still no. One day. One day for sure. Because it is still kind of tempting to be going for every single alpha that is, you know, available. But don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Specifically, I'm talking about static alphas. Don't know if I would personally be having the patience to be doing a full alpha living dex. Or not even speaking of it being a shiny. Just an alphas. I know it's easy with massive mass outbreaks, but it's still a lot of work. And a lot of luck. And alphas are cool, I don't mind them, but yeah. I don't honestly also care that much for them. They are something for sure. Nope. I'm gonna this time wait until the day spawns. Just to see them indeed. Don't seem like any of them are different colors though, so we do be moving on. That was a zoom in. That was a zoom in for sure. I mean, I'm kind of doing them in purpose, but still. Once you have learned to be doing silly things, you start to be doing them. Thankfully, you can be hearing before if it's shiny, and I'm usually not far enough away that it's immediately gonna be getting rid of the battle as well. I know it's possible, but I usually don't do it. But it's a funny way that you can be actually tracking like some items for kind of far away from their original spot. For sure. Like, if you have like full inventory and you just like run away very far, the items are gonna be dropping in the place that you're standing in. It's silly, but I love it. Gotta love silly things indeed, at least sometimes. Alpha with the red eyes and a red belly. Yellow belly would be the one that we're looking for, of course. Another people. Interesting. Nope. Nope, indeed. Let's get out of here. Probably should, by the way, be fixing, in quotes, the battle menu as well by pressing Y. So, like, I need the speed information too much to be fair about. Sometimes when we are used to things, I like to be seeing them indeed. Let's see. Especially comparing that Gibble to the Alpha Gibble, that Gibble is small. That Gibble will be very much small indeed. Easy cheese spawn coming in soon. It's a Durand in the PCG. Will be once again a weekly wait Pokemon indeed. Let's see. Do not have a Durant, so let's try to catch it then. I'll try to be using a net ball if I really need to, of course, but I'll be saving them a little bit indeed. There we go. Ooh, did it escape like that? Clefairy. Those Clefairs evolved. Interesting. Very interesting. That happens every once in a while, I suppose. Pokemon do be evolving. And though it may or may not be a friendship evolution, which is kind of hard to be getting from the wild, you can still be doing it. Nothing is really making it to be impossible per se. Even if it's for us usually described that you need to be having close enough friendship with your Pokemon and it evolves, but people have been saying that why couldn't be happening if it has a good bond with another wild Pokemon. It's Pokemon, everything and everything is possibility. Anything and everything to be indeed. I don't see any green ears there. I don't want to go back in here. No, I'm fine going and continuing. Journey indeed. Nope. Nope. Nothing, unfortunately. Let's get out of here then. I haven't honestly been making that mistake too often today. That I'm, wanted to be getting away as usual and accidentally keeping saying that I want to stay in instead. Chingling. Do I get a chingling from both the massive mass outbreak and a mass outbreak? I could technically be getting also a random one because there is ones nearby. And I'll be checking out on Rhyperior then as well. And all the cool bond Pokemons there that I usually don't, but since I'm basically right next to it, but well, will it be the last time that this one is shiny, or will it keep going to be shiny indeed? Don't mind it, but don't necessarily need any more as well. But a face is a face nonetheless. Always happy to get them. Because it means progress. Is it always a good progress? Yeah. It do be. It seemed to be a little bit more possible to be hitting the tent pasture indeed today. It's still a little bit of a way, of course, but seems to be a little bit more possible now. I mean, every shiny is always making it more of a possibility, of course. Of the regular size, indeed. Let's see. Don't see anything there. Nothing in the Chinglings instead of getting a random Voltorb. That I would have been getting even if there wouldn't be a Chingling outbreak there. As it wasn't in an area that I would have normally not be in indeed. It's technically a place that I could be getting a Voltorb that I usually don't check, and it's like in where the Rhyperior is. It's unlikely, but it's an option, nonetheless. It do be indeed. Let's see. Nope. Nope, indeed. No for the pinkness over there. Got the Voltorb. There we go. for the one for today. 2 more to be going to be getting a... 2 more to be getting a full team and... double that to be getting that pasture filled. Well, welcome back. Welcome back indeed. I did get just on the previous one. I got a Volt Orb randomly. Get another one of those. It's a very nice shiny. I do be loving it. Will never be for giving Pokemon Go, though, be making Hisui and Voltorb to be looking so strange. But that's Pokemon Go. Especially the newer Pokemons, they look kind of strange in that game. Nice. Electrode I don't like as much. I would have wished that it would have been getting a different personality though. Like, I get it that it's a mean Pokemon, angry Pokemon, but especially like how happy does Hisui and Voltorb look. It would have been nice if it would have been keeping it going. Yeah, the Volo fight is certainly something. It do be. Yeah, fair enough. I do be liking Hisui and Voltorb, like, design-wise a lot more than regular one. But I can get that. But to be fair, there is a lot of Pokemons that don't get like anything else. Like, for example, Mana slash Musharna is one of the greatest examples. They almost get nothing else than psychic moves. It's insane. Specifically by level up, I mean. Yeah. You can be getting quite a variety of move pools with TMs, and TMs don't break, so it's not that bad, but it's a little annoying, for sure. But I guess those Pokemons are just so pure of those two types, or those types, that they don't gauge anything else. Nice. PC cheese bun coming in. It's a Drake fish in the PCG. Unfortunately, it's in the weekly white Pokemon. But a cool one nonetheless. There we go. Let's move on then. No good rum. Probably gonna be doing one more check before after this before the ads kicking once again. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Rude, it escaped. Oh, there's it. Yeah, the killer fossils are quite interesting. They do be. Like, surely they look insane, but then again, they're designed to be looking insane. Also, you know, nice to be getting like non-rock type fossils. And I will still be standing in about that. Paradox Pokemons are not fossil Pokemons. Because... no. They do not be. I don't care how logical your explanation is. They do not be. Yeah, they are prehistoric, and they are specifically said that they are paradox Pokemons. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they are fossils. They could be just from a place that right now they are in quotes in old times. Yeah, they are alive. Like, every Paradox Pokemon is alive. Yeah, I have never understood the argument that they are. And the same thing with Relicanth. I mean, it is literally, like, based on a thing that is literally a living fossil in real life. So it is and it isn't a fossil. But it's literally based on that. I'm more fine with putting that to be a fossil Pokemon. But then again, I feel like that it is a fossil, but it's like like the thing that is based on real life is literally like indeed a living fossil. But yeah. It is, but it isn't a fossil Pokemon. Also, this one was taking a lot longer. I don't have time to be doing another check before breaking, so... Yeah, we'll break after this is done, so... Around 3 minutes as usual. Let's get out of here then. Octopus waiting there for us then. Interesting. Throw you out this time. Why not? Getting going after the break is done indeed. Be getting going soon. over the Electabuzz indeed. Seeing if there's any orange ones there. The only way that I've been able to be getting one during this hunt is from there indeed, but happens. There we go. But hey, still, you know, at the time it was something new, so that's always cool. Nope. So much easier to be seeing the shiny than Elekid. And Electivire. Electivire can be seeing if you're paying close enough attention to the antennas or whatever methods they are blue instead of red. It's the easiest way to be telling it, indeed. I do indeed. Isn't really the perfect way to be getting that, but I would have need to be getting up there anyways. Let's get down there indeed. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, if you're not gonna be coming in like in a half an hour to an hour, then most likely not. Yeah, see you next time. Have a great rest of the day. I don't know if I will be streaming tomorrow or not, though. Don't know, but if I will, I will. If I don't, I don't. Yeah, bye indeed. Indeed, today's total is a little bit lower than usual. It's 12.4 per hour. It's still on the 10 side. But it's a little bit slower, but hey. At least 10 an hour is still pretty good. That's why I don't make too much of plans what I want to be hitting per day. Because it's so random how the game decides to be that day. But I think I will be seeing what time it is once I do be hitting 3,390. See if I want to be going for more from there or what I'll be doing indeed. PC cheese spawn coming in. So don't fan in the PCG, do not be a weekly weird Pokemon. I might also have it already. Not too sure. I have it already. Did have a weird feeling that I did have it already, so not wasting things myself then indeed. Doesn't really make that much sense indeed. There we go. Throw them timer balls if you have any. Rude, it escaped like that. Probably am fine without going to sleep this time around. Probably am indeed. Yeah, I do be seeing this, it's enough. Don't need to be more nighttime than to be seeing those. I mean, anything extra is good, I suppose. It's not like I really need the nighttime ones. Day spawns of Machamp. Yeah, there's definitely a Machamp anyway. Machogan. Machop is a little bit better, but it do be what it do be indeed. Alpha Toxicroak. In that location, actually, it was when the Alpha did appear to be shiny. Two Alpha Toxicroaks on the same run, excuse me. Neither shiny, but kind of crazy. It is kind of a ghost to be seeing every single Pokemon there that can be spawning at the same run be Alpha. You know, Yumi, Siligu, Krogan, Toxicroak. It's highly unlikely, of course, but it would be kind of cool. Be kind of cool for sure. Let's get out over there. Still, I have not fixed that battle menu there, but gonna be doing it some other time indeed. Let's see. Nice. There we go. I thought I pressed stop, but anyways. Saving million times. Worse. No shinies have been found recently, but still need to be saving a bunch of times. You never know when the game is crashing though, so never can be too safe for that indeed. Don't remember when it has happened to me last time with this game. This game doesn't usually crash. I think it's the thing that since this doesn't really have random spawns, it has like guaranteed spots and stuff. Probably has something to do with that. So no, the game doesn't need to be randomly checking that in this specific spot there needs to be a Pokemon, you know. But then again, do you really know when and why the game is crashing sometimes? No. But if you kind of be getting the crashes at the similar things, then and try to be avoiding doing the things that you think are crashing the game. Indeed. I think it's another alpha Mothim. In that spot. Interesting. There do be 2 guaranteed spots, but that isn't one of them. It would be kind of crazy if there would be 2 guaranteed alpha locations on the same map. Would it be making too much sense? No, but it would be kind of cool. Be kind of cool for sure. Let's return to the village. Onyx? Once again asking, is it time? Onyx is yet another one of those that I have seen decent amount of. Don't see too much because there isn't too many like spots that it can spawn in and I don't check them anymore, but asking still. Maybe. Potential to be there. Potential to be there indeed. Let's try to be getting close enough to them so I don't need to be getting back there though. That would be certainly an idea. I mean, I won't say last time that I did forget to be checking the Onyx. I think it was specifically Onyx. I did get the Sneasel though, so it was in its own way worth it. It was indeed. Any snakes? No snakes of the shiny kind. Snakes nonetheless. Nope. There we go. Nope. Let's get out of here. Bite. Thankfully that psyche bullet's a little bit further away from the alpha spawn, so it's not that bad. Do not be indeed. Also, once again, we are gonna be, at least so far, we are a nice 50-50 with massive mass outbreaks and random spawns to be shiny. It is quite often the case, to be fair. To be indeed. It's quite interesting how often it is indeed. Alright. I'll be finding more random ones though myself. Rather indeed. Even though they are not that more exciting than, you know, massive mass outbreak ones, but it's still random and it's cooler if they are alphas as well. Even though it's still very nice that I did get from the massive mass outbreak the right period, but would have been nicer. Random one. Where are you? There. The screeching fellow. Just here. All of a sudden, you're screeching. Where are you? There you are indeed. There you do be indeed. Nice. Not one of them checked indeed. Interesting. Build map, but not really on the top left side, I suppose. Depends on how you look at the map. What direction it is, but like near here there isn't too many. I would be considering this to be top left, based on like how the map is visible to us. This map is interesting in that because it really depends on what way you're viewing it and what is what direction. Even though usually maps are reviewed in the way that, you know, up is north. At least it's the way that I have been taught. I've seen a few times a situation where it isn't the case, but there's usually something else that makes it make sense, you know. No, a thing that tells you what direction is which. I like kids. Easy cheese bone coming in. It looks so different. Ooh. Game, please. Lord. Disable in the PCG. It do be a weekly weight Pokemon if you need them. I do not, but do I have a sable eye? I do not, so I'm gonna try to catch it then. I need. Nothing there. These geodudes stupid looking like their normal spawns there. Doesn't seem like there's a mass outbreak. Those ones are from mass outbreak. There isn't usually that many in that location. Timer balls if you have any. Rude, it escaped. There's been a decent amount of my juniors, like, not all day, but definitely towards, like, the end. I assume my Mime Junior to be kind of cool Pokemons. Mime Junior more. I've never been the biggest of fan of Mr. Rhyme. But I suppose there is worse Pokemons there. But it would have been kind of cool if a certain ghost simulator from Paldea would have been having Mr. Rhyme as its ace. I know that it's not, of course, in the game and it doesn't make too much sense because of that, but it would have been kind of cool. With the name specifically, nothing else really works. Morella kids. Ew. How dare you, game? Giving me Morella kids. Nope. Check this one, then to check the annoying spot afterwards. Nope. The hunter on the back looked very big, but I think it was the reason why it did look so big is because it was in the back. No perspective to be making Pokemons and things in general be feeling like they are bigger or smaller. And sometimes if things are not made, the best things that are far away are looking bigger. Even though it shouldn't be that way. I don't know, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens indeed. There we go. Nope. But yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But indeed do as much or as little as you can indeed and do some later then. Don't you just pushing yourself too hard when it comes down to shiny hunting. It's supposed to be fun at the end of the day. You do indeed. Let's see. Doesn't seem like one. Fix that then. Even though, as I said, it doesn't really matter. Since I was there and did have a time to do it, why not? Why not, indeed. Let's get out of here then, indeed. Let's see. Scyther, eh? Will it this time decide to be sparkling with sounds if there's a shiny? Because I remember last time that I have gotten a shiny Scyther, it didn't make the sparkle sound. I mean, it doesn't mean that it can't be shiny by any means, but it's interesting to say the least. Can be indeed be shiny. Sparkles happen, but sounds might not. And unfortunately, Scyther is not the easiest shiny to be seeing, at least in this game. Especially if it's not clear weather. Clear weather it's pretty easy, but if it's anything else, then it is a little bit harder. Rain is fine, I suppose. It doesn't change things too much, but the other weathers that do be limiting your vision, they do be a little bit harder indeed. There's an alpha Scyther. There's also a very small Scyther there as well. Doesn't seem like any of them were sparkling kind. I can be going a little bit closer, but I'm pretty sure it should be sparkling and seeing the sparkles from this distance. There we go. could technically be getting away with only one more sleep, but most likely I need to be sleeping twice. Most likely indeed. That does add time, but it doesn't add that much time, like maybe 20 more seconds, I would like to say. It doesn't add that much time, but it's, you know... As I said, most likely I need to be sleeping twice anyways. Is there clear weather this time or now? No. Fine. I mean, at least I'm more happy to be seeing snow than rain, because rain is always seen when there's a massive mass outbreak in most areas. Basically anywhere else than in Alabaster Islands. You do indeed be the case. But we'll see, we'll see. Indeed. Let's see. Yeah, I most likely will be ending after... Well, there's 4 more checks indeed. Of course, as usual, we'll be waiting for an empty spot for next time, so if needed, I'll be doing as many as it's required to be doing. We'll do that indeed. Nope. Nope, indeed. But yeah. Still quite happy about today's phases, though. Nothing too repeated. There's still like decent amount of repeats. Like they all are repeats, first of all, but not that many that are that much repeated indeed. Not that much indeed. See, egg. No shiny egg. Sad. No shiny egg indeed. Ooh, completely empty. I haven't seen too many completely empties today. At least I don't feel like I have seen too many of them indeed. It's pretty cool. ECG spawn coming in soon. So taking the PCG, if you do be interested in that, it do be indeed be weekly white Pokemon, so you do be needing them indeed. Nice, I see that you're on your lunch break, and this time using the right emotes. I'll be doing, I think, my wonder trade like a little bit after the stream is done. If it doesn't take like a half an hour to be getting these last 3 checks. I doubt it indeed. Show them timer balls if you have any. Oh nice, but me and EEST got it. Let's go. I mean, I don't need it for the task, but Pokédex. If it's not anything good, that might be the one that I trade away then. Oh. Anyways. It doesn't happen to me too often that I'm knocked out of Braviary. It usually is that I'm lounging like a rocket when I'm gonna be using Weird Ear, but sure. I feel like there's an Alpha Bronzor there then. Something is definitely making that clinking noise. Do be indeed. Nope. Nothing there indeed. Only one massive mess outbreak. Seems to have calmed down, but is it calm before the storm? And soon there's gonna be massive mess outbreaks everywhere. It could be for sure. Even though I've never really experienced that in real life, but I know it certainly is a thing. As I said, we don't really be getting that many bad weather situations like that in here. kind of boring in that way, but I don't mind it. I don't mind that there is not gonna be ridiculous weathers indeed. Magic orb. Magic orb indeed. Alpha stuck key. Also. Nope, on the good drum. One more check on that good indeed today. And we do be done. We do be done indeed. But yep, indeed, next time towards the end, I most likely will be needing the 300 hours on this hunt. Because it's about 6 hours away. Indeed. Be just barely be doing that. Oh, it has base odds. Nice. I know that it has lures and stuff that can be increasing chances or whatever my things. Well, we'll be having at least a completely empty one for now. Let's see. Actually, it's closer to 7 hours, I see, but I'm gonna be doing anyway some idling, you know, marking things down. That takes some time. And that's all calculated towards this hunt. Summit camp. But indeed, usually it's the case that it's like half an hour-ish. It's absolutely max that it's half an hour, but usually it's like 20 minutes or so that will be, you know, used for counting things and stuff. So the mark will be the next time indeed. Let's see. Final good for the day says no, but of course, indeed, if there is not an empty spot for it, we'll be doing map checks until there is. I have gotten today Magikarp, Chingling, Heracross, and a Voltorb. Those have been today's phases. They do be. Health in massive mass outbreaks health in randomly. Let's see, is it an empty one? Okay, there's a bunch of mass outbreaks. Not in the area that I want to hunt in, so we good. Don't need to even be checking is it empty because it is. Let's check these out then. Once again I can be confused about world orbs. What a pretty decent day today. 75 checks, I think. Pretty sure. And 12.5 checks per hour. As I said, slower day today, but it is what it is. But yeah. First one was a random magic orb. Then Heracross from a massive mass outbreak. Chingling from a massive mass outbreak right next to an alpha one. And Voltorb randomly as well. Decent. Indeed, as usual, we'll be continuing this next week indeed. If nothing happens on Tuesday. And thanks for watching and sticking around. As I said, I might be on tomorrow, I might be on Thursday, I'm not completely sure about it. Of course, we'll be posting on Discord as do be usually indeed. But yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And then get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys next time then. Bye!